Hello, what's happening, everybody? Hope you're having a beautiful and amazing Monday. Very happy to be here. Show number 3104 here on Twitch. Kicking things off some more Bloons TD6. Still working on Sanctuary Chimps. I actually haven't done too many attempts here on Sanctuary Chimps. It's been spread out over several days and other things. So let's see if we can knock out a victory here. What's up, Samurai 7, Pin Ryujin. Hey there, Real Out, Censored Pixel, Double Guns, Mokum. Hey there, Mind Bullets. And all the other cool early people. Mind Bullets, thanks for 23 months before we kick things off here as well. Thank you. All right, here we go. We still have some complications, but I'd say our start is pretty set here. Hey, thank you, Carnosaur. I'm sure we'll need it. Did not change targeting priorities on the monkeys. That's why that happened. Specifically, the left one needs to be on last for that wave. I'm just going to set this up before I even place the monkey. We'll go last here, last here. Hey, thanks, Arknight. Appreciate that. Gonna be a good day, you can just tell. I guess the main of my problems we've had on these attempts on Sanctuary is we get to DDTs and I don't have quite enough damage to pop the DDTs. So I need to finagle some kind of way to get around that. Alright, that slip just means this placement on the top right was a little off. We'll get there. Gotta get my placements back. Pretty much able to diagnose all problems with the builds at this point. Yo, Falcon Rock BR Tier 3, 12 months. Thanks for that awesome year and that huge support, Falcon. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Rabbit? I see. Okay. That means that this placement here is too far north. Can you bring it down more? There it is. That's the one. I guess what I'd like to try today is a couple different tier 5s. We've done like Crossbow Master, Elite Defender. We've done Pirate Lord. We pulled off Icicle Impale at one point. Icicle Impale is really nice, but on this map in particular, it doesn't have enough consistent track coverage since the thing moves left to right. Okay, then. Let's be extra careful on these placements. Alright, so I'm going to bring this one south a little bit. I'm going to bring this one left a little bit. So there's just a little bit of this point showing when we place the monkey. Yeah, it looks a lot better. This guy was getting pulled right too much. That looked a lot better. Okay. That's a weird one. What's going on here? Maybe my placement got pulled too far south. That's what it is. Too far down. Like, if you look at the, we'll say this circle is this circle instead. We're placing the monkey here. When it gets too far south, we're missing out on the leftmost section. We want to be the furthest left possible. So when we go down too much, we don't have access to that, and then we can't hit that set of bloom. Fair enough. Hey there, T-, Dunna, good to see ya. Yeah, this already looks and feels better. I don't know how to describe why, but it does. I would be surprised if this one does not go through. There it is. See, he's getting all those reds now. All right, a little late to the start. We were able to diagnose what was going on. Diagnose and fix, even. Doodle-a-doo, 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 doodle-a-doo. All right, so hero's going down on 14 here. I'm putting him right here, closer to the action, get a little bit better play here. Oh yeah, hero on strong. Sniper on strong, rather. All right, wave 16. I feel like I should be able to put down sniper and just go shrapnel shot. I'm gonna try this one more time. What I've been doing after this sniper is placing a ninja here, which I'd like to place a different unit that's not ninja in that position. Oh, I see. We're not going to quite make this before 19 is the problem. This is fine. Okay. Let's try here. Let's see if we make it. Get me ready to pop size stun if I need to. Okay, we made shrapnel. Okay. Here's the problem. Oh, okay. I think we recovered with no ninja. All right, this is actually a very big deal to this composition because we have not placed a unit right here. That means that we can open that slot for anything, really. That's pretty nice. Try to get the second set of this as well. Let's see, we might have a problem here. Maybe not. Maybe. Okay. It's pretty huge, actually. I think that stun was rather required, but now what unit are we going to put here? Great question. I feel like even with this, there's going to be a breakthrough at some point if I don't invest some. Let's not worry about getting discount HUD up here at all this time. Let's just put down quality primary units and see what happens. I'm going to go here and then here. Doing this before wave 28 when we have leads. Okay. Well, if we're not going to worry about discounts here, let's go like this. Still going to put a hut, but it's not going to be a discount hut. Thinking I save for a semi-automatic here. If I can get that before 36, we're feeling good. 3240. One. Okay. Feeling pretty good now. At a minimum, we want the lead popping here. I'm gonna do the same setup I've been doing to start, because it's very consistent, and then we can play with this area. Okay, acidic mixture dip. Then we're gonna go into full auto rifle, which definitely clears 40. Pretty reasonable. I could go into something else here too, but I'm gonna wait. Yo, Super Common Guru, thanks for 73 months of support. Thank you. Really appreciate that. .38 has a lot of lead, but he's on it. Full auto rifle. With this amount of money, I could have put down hut with discount here. It's interesting. Alright, let's go Berserker Brew. We'll go faster throwing here. I'm going to put down plane right here. Oh, I had a realization the other day, and that's that I can do figure infinite back here for a good attack pattern. That's nice. So there's definitely other solutions that aren't this configuration, but it's relatively cheap for what it offers globally. Alright, now we're going to go up to stronger stimulant. Alright, now we can literally do anything we want. I think to begin, I'm just going to place the HUD in here. If I get the HUD to the primary mentoring, it does provide some kinds of discounts. In a way, anyways. I'm going to try tucking this up in the corner here, rather than going on the side and trying to put in two naval units. I'm just going to do like a sub and something else. Who knows, maybe this still fits a sub. Other options over here. Liking this side better for some reason. Why is that? I don't know, let's try it on this side. Alright, let's place units now. Does sub still fit in here? Sub still fits in here. Interesting. Not in this side anymore. Boat fit here? Okay, boat does fit. Alright, so I'm going to go for primary mentoring. And then I'm going to go directly into crossbow here. Yeah, that's fair, Connor. So I just gotta look at the radius. I don't think the fire pit actually affects placements. It's just the size of the unit. So using the radius is the way to go rather than the image. Almost feel like right up front, the recursive cluster could put in work. What's it look like back here for placing a unit? Not bad. Yeah, for sure, Carnosaur. It's a tricky unit. Not trying to downplay your struggle with that at all. I definitely feel the same thing. Huts are a difficult placement compared to some others. No doubt. Okay, well, we're not going to make Crossbow Master beforehand here. That's a fact. Let's put this down. I think this a little bit further back is actually okay. It's going to get a nice radius increase off of the hut anyways. Oh, I like it as far down as possible. Let's just drop it right here. Alright, if 63 feels weird, what am I going to purchase here to sort it out? I guess probably Elite Defender's fine. Hey, Halo Jack, thanks so much for 24 months. Really appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Okay, well, if the recursive cluster is hitting like that, we're fine. Just gonna use my abilities on the second sets just in case. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the one right there. Alright, so this recursive cluster placement's really good. That's what you want recursive cluster doing, for sure. Oh, okay. Maybe not for a primary strap. That's a very strong unit we can get down. Leaving room for that is actually huge. Do loot, do loot, do loot, do loot, do loot. I think next for me is Crossbow Master. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Spaghettis. Are you okay here? We're okay. The spaghetti is cooked. I repeat, the spaghetti is cooked. Closer than you'd prefer, but still fine. Alright, so in this very front position, next to the Crossbow Master, we now have a free spot. I think Glue's probably really good there, though it's not a damaging unit, which makes it a little bit dubious. Could just put a Rockstar DPS unit down there. Even like Moab Eliminator would be interesting there. But let's start with Glue. I like Glue a lot, and the central position is going to be best for it. I'll actually be able to reach the other side. The problems I've had with Glue Gunner on this map have been mostly reach. Another interesting option could be this Embrittlement Monkey, because this does make Moabs take extra damage. And yeah, we've already tried Balloon Solver in a similar situation. It's not enough damage on this short track. Get in there. All right, well, first step's glue. I'm gonna go bottom path here. Yeah, this radius is really good. Let's get Relentless Glue going. With this primo position, it's gotta be right. All right. All right, I think next up we're gonna go for Maim Moab Sniper. It's expensive, but it's also good. Yeah, radius looking pretty nice. Size should also be on strong now. Okay. No real camo until the second set of 78, which I believe we have covered here. Keep my finger on the button just in case. Yo, Jingles, KC, thanks for subbing with Prime, dude. Glad you're enjoying enough to even consider. Halo Jack, thanks for 24 months as well. Sorry for missing out. Alright, fair enough. Let's grab Camo Vision now. It's a little bit preemptive, but I think still correct. But there's only room for one in here. Maybe too small can fit. Size second ability is global. Now it's going to be one more unit in there. Pretty nice 81 there. Pretty nice indeed. Kind of thinking Embrittlement Ice Monkey here and then just going into the sub might be semi-adequate. Let's go start here. So let's go here. We're going to go for Embrittlement. Attack faster, freeze for longer, freeze. We want refreeze here. The one I'd suggest on Monkey Knowledge to begin with, I would go into the Magic Monkey tier, and on the right-hand side, there is a option to get 10% more Monkey Bucks for a 3 investment. Past that, there's not really many bad choices for Monkey Knowledge, but I think that one's probably the best early one, just so you get more Monkey Bucks to work with. One thing that might help you is read the tooltips from the bottom up. So start at the bottom of the tier and then read up through the tooltips and decide which route you want to take. Might help you make a better decision on how to spend your Monkey Knowledge. But I'd say that Magic Monkey Knowledge is a great place to start for sure. Oh yeah, there's the more XP one, that's true. Forgot about that one. It's in primary, I think. That's true. No 2 Crossbow Masters on this particular mode because we're playing on Chimps, and 2 Crossbow Masters part of Monkey Knowledge. Though if I could do 2 Crossbow Masters here, I absolutely would. Absolutely. Well, I'm sure getting sub here would get me through 90 at least. Or 87, rather. A tough one. A lot of good options here. Even super glue could be alright, but I think I need more damage overall. A lot more damage. Prince of Darkness, where the Ice Monkey is currently standing, is definitely a possibility. This way's gonna get hinky right here, you can just tell. Okay, looks like we're clearing up 87. Oh, it leaked through. Interesting. Okay. Oh, we had 28 to spend there, so definitely in a good place. You know, I almost feel like Moab Eliminator here, where the monkey was, solves the majority of our issues. I don't know how that feels on 90, 95, etc. though. Might not be bad. Could also pretty reasonably slap in Elite Defender, which would definitely clear that wave, and then go to another option. Okay. Not unconvinced with glue being correct in that center spot. Pretty nice attempt overall. Do loot, do loot, do loot, do loot. Pull from down here. So much easier when you move the cursor away. It's interesting. I do the same thing on tablet too. Like, I'll place the unit outside, then I put my finger down here and use the pad of my finger so I can lift straight up. Brains are funny. Yo, Dark Chrism, thanks for 44 months, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. Need to be on strong now. All right. Another sniper here. Okay, 485 here. I might need to use ability on this wave. Doesn't look like it though. Catching. Okay, it's next wave. I need to use my ability. If we're going to survive here, be my preference. Yikes. Oh, I just didn't buy the upgrade in time. Okay, well, that makes sense. Lost focus there. I was concentrating on the balloons. So he's mostly on the main island, so his stun can stun things. Well, I could see Sai being moved back down at the bottom island, potentially. Okay. Sniper here. Get them. Get those stinky balloons. Oh, hold on. Needs to be on strong. Yeah, switch over to strong mid-wave like that at the wrong time. You can actually lose on 15. Weird little thing about this build. Actually, let's go here. Okay. $18 looks scary here, but it's really not. Okay, it's important I buy this the second it's available here, and I also want to use my stun when things start getting weird. And they will start getting weird here in a second. Weird. I cleared this with this setup last time. Hmm. All right, how much did we spend? We spent 325 plus 485 plus 430. Interesting. I'm gonna try it again. I feel like it worked out really good the first time, so I'm curious as to why this time. It's got to be the timing on the side stun. Maybe I was a little preemptive on it. Right now I'm thinking about what units I can place for that same cost. I know I can get Ninja down, which does solve this, but it leaves not that better placement for Glue Gunner or somebody else. So it'd probably be a primary unit I'd want to put in the middle if we're going to use this strap. Tough choice. Boomerang Monkey wouldn't be inefficient. But no, I also did move the place of the sniper, so I'll move him back now for better shrapnel potential. It's fair. Okay. Yo, Casa Reggae, thanks for 18 months. Much appreciation. Thanks for a year and a half. Last, first. Looks better, because it is. Definitely make a concession to getting the hero down a little bit later too, but I prefer not to. Oh, I didn't put the sniper down. Losing focus. All right. This time I'll actually put down the sniper. Looking good. All right, let's see if we can figure out this sniper start, because having this position open is a very major deal. So I'd really like to get this figured out. It might even just be dropping multiple other snipers is the correct way to go about it. Other units that could perform adequately here could be like maybe submarine, could be all right. I could see Gatling gunner a little expensive for where it gets there. Maybe boat as well, all kind of in the same price range. Okay, let's try this again. If this doesn't work, I might just switch out to something else, but I'm pretty confident this can work. So it really becomes a matter of when I use the stun here on wave 20. I think I used it too early last time. Or 21, rather. I definitely missed there, but I think we're in it here. Yeah, okay, so we were just in an off timing on that. We got it this time. Very nice. Okay. Now we're going to come back over here. This is definitely going to be a stretch. Oh, 31's a pretty serious wave. We might just make it. Yo, Mighty Moss, thanks for 50 months. Cracktive, thanks for 31. And basically, Lazy, thanks so much for making it official with Prime, dude. Thank you. All right, clean that up. How much is this? $27.55. Nope. Okay. Fair. Well, if I went halfway on the discount, I could have made that. So I could have put Hut down and then gone halfway here, getting 15 discount, and then gone into this one. There would have been enough money left over. I think is exactly what I'm going to do. Now that we know it works. Yeah, Gatling on this map, you actually want to fire into the corners, not the middle section. Not a believer on Gatling Gunner for chimps on this map. So I bet there's a winning strategy with it. Very quick restroom break for me, and then we'll be into the rest of this run. All right, we back. I think another very interesting try here could be slapping glue down with strong targeting and maybe just globs and other stuff. Getting the hut down here may be a little bit preemptive is my point. I'm still gonna try it one more time because I think if we get that going, it's a pretty good strategy. And also having the elite fender to having jungle drums would be a pretty major benefit. You know what? Well, we're not getting the sniper down without that stun, so it might be bad not to put him down there. Okay, he going strong now. Okay. A little closer than you'd prefer, but, you know, that happens. Darn. Okay, so it's all about getting the yellow balloons there. Interesting. Maybe another sniper on strong could do it. Crossbow could also work, maybe if it's on strong. I want to know why this isn't working. But okay. Not sure what you mean by that, Squanchy. Our fragment schedules, we stream December 1st through 31st. You're asking if there is a game list or anything else posted, that'd be in the Discord, but it's October 2nd, my dude. October 2nd. Yo, Magdalene, thanks for 15 months. Good evening to you. Fair enough. I don't think I'll be posting a game list for Fragmus, so we'll play a bunch of stuff, I'm sure. Yeah, going great, Magdalene. Thank you. Okay, that one's a miss. What does that mean? That means we got too far north with this placement. Weird start today. Semi-tempted to rock a door again. We've had Sai make it to 97, though, so let's just go with what's been working. Is there any unit I can place here that will take the place of the ninja and perform well enough to bridge us into the sniper? Do you think that unit might be glue? Glue on strong? There's one way to find out. I don't know, the more I think about glue on strong, the more I'm liking it. Even glue strong bigger globs is like pretty possible for that same amount. Like still go to shrapnel shop, but then put down glue gunner here instead. Should get us to the amount. I am imagining this working. Something's up with this right-hand placement. What is it, though? That looks really good. I was going to be concerned with the next placement here being as far left as possible. Okay, this placement here is far left as possible. Then we'll bring it up. Right there. Honestly, looks nicer than it did last time. I don't know how to describe why, but it does. Moment of truth here. Huh. Still not getting it. Okay. So I guess what that means is this has gone too far south. We're going to bring this placement up a little bit. The only remaining possibility. Weird one to lose there. When you're right though. Alright, so this time he's a little bit further north, which I think was what the problem was. Alright, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this placement got too far south is the reason we were having that slip. Fair enough. All right. Oh. All right, so now we're gonna try going shrapnel shot, and then we're gonna go into glue here. Holy guacamole, Magdalene, thanks so much for the 50 gift sub package. Incredibly generous of you. Thanks so much, dude. That is a lot of gift sub, my man. To all those recipients, please enjoy the Emos community and ad-free viewing. Happy to have you. Yo, Peripheral, thanks for 110 months. Doze, thanks for 25 as well. Hot dog. Hot dog. Okay, so we've been buying here. I'm going to put down Glue Gunner on Strong here instead. Okay, Glue Gunner Strong. We're gonna go bigger globs. That's the one. Yep. I mean, maybe with the stun that would have worked, but I don't think so. I think basically here I just need to concede the ninja placement or use a Dora. I want this idea to work, but it's a little bit too inconsistent. Okay, I got one more idea in this kind of same vein, and then I'm going to go back to my tried and true, maybe with some Adora attempts. Okay, now here. This looks good. You can see how far apart the darts were there. It means he's really far left, which is what you want. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. All right. Okay. Putting down the next sniper now, and I'm gonna try sub with on strong instead of going into shrapnel shot, which does take a minute to get to. Okay. I don't think he has enough track coverage here. Maybe, though. I mean, you almost get twin guns. Even go for advanced intel here. What wave was the slipping wave previously? 21? 22? Alright, this seems pretty clean, actually. Until it didn't. Alright, fair enough. Twin shot would have been okay there. I also think going into his faster firing here would have fixed that. Regardless, let's do a few Adora attempts here. I think size better, but Adora is pretty fun. So Adora will kind of allow us to try some different stuff in the middle, while maintaining the same kind of idea. Starts the same, middle's the same, ends a little different with Adora. I think 95's the best I did on Adora previously. Also, just upgrading the sub is probably fine. Like, twin guns right there maybe clears the wave. I gotta see this for myself one more time. Okay, let's go ahead and go here. Because a sub on each side would be very feasible. And I think actually Airburst Dart / AP rounds sub would work pretty nice on this map. Not uninteresting. Okay, here we go. Yo, Silent Image, thanks for 116 months. Much appreciation. Thanks, dude. Sniper down mid-wave right here. Then side, then sniper, and then the sub. which we're going to bring to twin guns here. Oh, I didn't put my sniper down. I was imagining how the sub was going to work. Go figure. Oh, looks good. Looking good. It's the one right there. Yo-ho, Death by Pie. Thanks so much for 46 months. 2 more for 4 years. Thank you. Alright, now we're schmoovin'. And once we get the sniper down, we're through the hard part. Replacements, anyways. Doo-doo. Do-loop, 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 do-loop. Alright, so 18's clearing. What about here? Yeah, it's actually like a little further on the track, so we get a slightly better ambush. I'm going to move this here. I might put one on the other side too, but I could live with this. Yeah. Okay, now we have twin guns down. Okay, well, we're kind of through it here. A little bit. So next option would be setting up advanced intel or just upgrading this guy. I think upgrading this guy is probably the next spot to go. Let's start with faster firing. Okay. The sub has definitely had a very stabilizing effect on the build. This is a good unit. Yo, Test Face Killer, thanks for 68 months. Much appreciation. Thank you. You know, instead of this sniper being upgraded, I could always go glue here as well. Okay, let's just get to this right here. I'm gonna go faster firing too, because I know that gets us through 37 or whatever. Okay, we're not gonna get a discount HUD here. It's not within range anymore. That's all right. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Ooh, I might actually be shy on getting the fourth upgrade here. We'll see. The sub's not like a cheap unit compared to what we've been doing. Oh no, we're gonna make it. There's definitely more than 1K available in wave 39. Really? Okay, I was there. I just didn't buy the upgrade. Sons of guns. This time, though, we're going to pull it all together using that sub. No problemo. Do, 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 do. Fast, burst. Was almost late again on that. I should take a little break here in a second and clear my head. Let's do a couple more attempts here with Sai, and then I'm going to try Adora again, I think. Just for funsies. I'm excited about this sub idea, though, because I don't believe the sub here is going to interfere with any other placements. We should still get the same hut down and the same evaluation, more or less. I should place a sub here before placing the hut, though, just to make sure we have room for that first strike capability. There's one thing I'm sure of on this build overall, is we're going to need first strike capability to take out the bad. Without that, it's going to be an extremely tough journey to pop it and then kill all the insides in the very short amount of track we have available to us. But this build's an improvement on what we've been doing, for sure. Hey there, Pinball Box. Good to see you, dude. Daisy Doo, I know that a couple days ago I had lunch a little bit early, but there's no need for you to be staring at me like that. There's no need. It's 1/2 hour till lunchtime, okay? 1/2 hour. I'm being glared at right now. Yes, clearly because lunch was early one day, that means it should be early every day. A little scary. Dun, dun. All right, we got twin guns down. Now we're going into, I did faster firing first, and then I went into shrapnel shot. Okay, it's a little spoopy, but it's working. Really? Son of a gun, man. But why? Maybe I went into shrapnel shot first last time. Sons of guns. Thought we had a truly working system there. Not quite, though. That placement's a little high. A little low, rather. Yeah, Daisy is a very funny cat. It's definitely the most entertaining of the cats we got. Not always in the best way, but she is pretty funny. Okay, let's go. Last. Okay, last, first. Alright, this is going to be my last try with this sub idea. If this doesn't work out, I think I'm going to just do some Adora attempts for fun. I want to get to trying some more stuff in the central area, and while Adora might not be as good late game, it definitely will allow that. Yo-ho, Radver, thanks for 113 months. Test Face, thanks for 68 if I did miss you earlier as well. It's good, Radver. A lot of cool people here today, that's for sure. Alright, new idea here. I'm gonna put Psy back down this side. I want to put the sub on this side, but all the way down if I can. Please excuse me for just a second. Gonna stretch out real quick, clear my head, refill my water. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry for that delay there. Okay, where are we at right now? We have both snipers down, one on strong, one on first, size on first. We're gonna put sub down now. I'm kind of thinking maybe here is actually better. Dun. You're all good, Janela. You're all good. Okay, as far down as possible. Let's actually go over here. It'd be much better if it actually works on the side, spacing wise. I'm gonna try going directly into the shrapnel shot now. Bloon's pretty good today. I've got some interesting progress on this start, getting a slightly more efficient version of what we were doing. Okay, that stun did work out. Okay, now that we have shrapnel shot, I'm feeling better. Yeah, I've been on chimps for maybe 25 to 30 hours. I've been just trying a bunch of random stuff. We've gotten to 97 a few times. This is definitely a very difficult map. No question about it. Okay, we gotta be having something to pop lead here. So let's go ahead and do this. I believe we're making semi-automatic before 36. Yeah, Bazaar half cash is a tough one, Laszlo. Good luck. I think half cash took me longer than chimps on Bazaar too. It's a tough map. All right, next up. I like this configuration a lot. I do think Psy performs better with stuns up front, but giving that position to another monkey that can do like physical damage is certainly not out of the question or inadvisable. Okay, a little bit hinky here. It worked. Alright, just need to buy full auto rifle when it's up here. We had a weird slip on 39 last time. There we go. Alright, got him. I'll go for faster throwing here. I'm gonna go for a stronger stimulant. I'm curious if some of these buffs are gonna get pushed over to Psy. If I don't go Elite Defender. That'd certainly be nice. Psy does quite well with the buff. 15% faster popping on his shakes is pretty strong. Put a sub here as far up and right as possible. Then we're going to squeeze a hut in here and start putting down other units. This sub's going to be the first strike sub, so it's very important that it's here. Good. All right, not going discount this time. I'm gonna go into primary mentoring though. Derp Shroom 954. Thanks for 5 months, dude. We've had lots of attempts into the 90s with Psy, but trying out some new stuff right now. Okay, there we go. Okay. I did like glue here, but maybe we put it down a little preemptively last time. Can we fit in this now? Okay, we can. What about behind here? All right, so it looks to me like I can fit in medium unit, small unit. The question becomes now, can I fit a small unit here and still fit a medium unit over here? The answer looks like yes to me. I think we can get medium, small, medium, medium. Okay, let's start here. Well, I'm waffling. Okay, if we're going to place a unit, it's got to be this one first. And I think this one's going to be Boomerang Monkey. I'm going to go for a full primary strat on this attempt, though I think Necromancer right here could also be quite strong. Not if I'm going all the way to tier 5 Jamsnader. Okay, let's tuck this up in here. Man, it almost feels like there's room for 2 smalls in this position. One here. No, it's going to be 1 medium. I don't know. Feels like almost room for 2 small there. Okay, this did take away some space from this guy. It's okay. Still a good placement. Okay, let's go here. We'll go airburst starts as well. I think we're saving up for crossbow master now. We're close. You know, honestly, Elite Defender might be a slightly cleaner try here. Let's see where we're at on 63. That was nice. Yeah, we're not quite to buying Elite Defender. I'm gonna go here. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Should, though. Yeah, that's fine. Gonna keep our finger on the 2 for the last wave of 63 here. And maybe it should be on first now. Dun, 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 dun. Cleaned it up. Looks scary because it's scary. I made it though. Alright, crossbow master next. I think even if I don't end up going primary strategy, this recursive cluster is going to be a steady addition to the setup. What's up, B-Knuckle? They're interfering with placement here. No. Dun, 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 dun. crossbow masters out. Next addition would probably be glue here. I think even with the relentless glue here, I might go on strong. Let's try strong targeting this time. So this is a really expensive unit overall. Now the question is, how much space do we have in here remaining? Okay, 76 got slammed there. That was awesome. Okay, let's take a look at spacings now. I don't know, it feels like I can probably fit a primary or small here and then get a small in the corner as well. Yeah, this is the path I normally take. There's nothing wrong with glue soak, but relentless glue, I feel like the more units you hit, the better. It's more iterations of the stun. What about medium and a small? Is that gonna be fitting? Probably not. Two smalls I kind of believe in here. I also think that maybe just an alchemist buffer here is a good place to start. Okay, let's do this first, and if a small unit doesn't fit below, that's too bad, but fair. Everything here could benefit from a buff. Buffer could also go back here. It's cleaned up. I'm gonna get this as far up and over as I can. There it is. That's the one. Okay, looks like I'm buffing the recursive cluster as the main, which is a really good target for the alchemist buff. Okay, there's no medium fitting in here. What about small? Oh, there is room for a small here. Main Moab Sniper's probably correct here. Looks like we're doing good ZOMG damage, though. I think it's probably Embrittlement Monkey. This is kind of a cheap ad. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Hope this doesn't take the alchemist buff, but it might. Okay. Okay, I think the Ice Monkey's now the main buffer, which is tough, but he doesn't attack very fast, so the buff will still make it to the other cannon as well. Yo, Xanatos Gambit, thanks for 64 months. Much appreciation, dude. Thank you, thank you. This guy's job is just to push Moabs back. We're gonna go here. Strong. We can do the same thing. Uh-oh. No. What are you guys doing right now? Hey. Hey. Are you being the spicy kidders? Okay. That is a choice you can make. Yo, Amet LT, thanks for 125 months. Xanatos Gambit, thanks for 64 as well. Cheers. Okay, I think next up we're going for probably main Moab Sniper here. We got a lot of Moab control on this one. Doodaloop, doodaloop, doodaloop. Doodaloop, 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 doodaloop. Nice. That gives me hope that 87's fine. Is there room for another small back here? There should be. Definitely promising. How many pops does bad boy have? Pretty good. My first strike online by 98 for sure. I got a lot of time till then. Like, I'm a little torn on what I should be spending on here. I think I'm just gonna take Elite Defender. Let's see how we perform versus these DDTs first, actually. Okay, well, we did clear the DDTs before they even made it through the central portion. That's definitely good. Alright, I'm just going to purchase Elite Defender here. Gonna go for Missile Sub now. And yeah, I'm going to leave this sub on first. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, that's promising. Yeah, I don't think this is correct, but it's what I'm gonna do here. He just expends the buff so fast. Okay. Everybody should be perpetually buffed back here. Okay, now first strike sub is the play. Got a good thing going on here. You know, it could be pretty good here too is just Alchemist with the explosive cast. See that working. Ooh, get pushed back. Okay. So 95 is a lot of filler, but it has a lot of DDTs as well. I think we're just going to be saving for first strike capability. Let's see if this works here on 95. I'm not convinced we win on 95 on this particular build. I could see it happening. Alright, that's about what I expected on 95. We'll say it was looking pretty good up to that point. I like the boomerang monkey. This is pretty good. On strong here could have been a slight difference. Yeah, we're really close. We just had to break through that last threshold. Kind of feel like if this was pirate ship, could have been good. Say we have about 15k to spend here as well, because this guy didn't need to be here, though he wasn't doing bad. 283, 234. I don't believe primary expertise wins here. Maybe, though. I strongly doubt it. So what our fail here ends up with is we had a little bit, not quite enough DDT damage. If we were doing better damage to DDTs, then that would have cleared out. I think instead of Elite Defender here, we make this monkey... We're going to make this pod, Prince of Darkness. So if I had these three boomerang monkeys plus pod, then absolutely it would have cleared 95. And I think with the way everything was looking, 98 was looking pretty sweet as well. What I'm not convinced of here is that I can fit this Alchemist in next to the Bomb Shooter. I do think this Alchemist was pretty good in the build. That's a tough call. Can also choose to put Necromancer right here and go down to two boomerang monkeys. That might not be inadequate. That way you could keep the same setup with the embrittlement. I'm having a hard time imagining the bad dying if it's not embrittled. Here we go. Okay, last. Alright, looks good. Oh yeah. What good kickers I got. They know what time it is. All right, y'all, before we go any further here, I'm just going to stand up, stretch real quick, use the restroom, grab some water. I'm also going to eat some food here, already prepared thanks to my lovely wife. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for some more balloons poppin' action. Let those ads play. Thanks so much. Do appreciate it. As a reminder, we play 3 minutes per hour, which is the minimum to remove pre-rolls. If you allow us to play, does support a lot. If not, totally understand. Be back in just a minute for some more action. Alrighty, we have returned. Hope you enjoyed the kidders during break time. I know I did. What good kidders? Yeah. Okay, we just put Psy down, so next up is Elite Defender here. Not Elite Defender, but... Just Sniper. Yo, Zorian, thanks for 114 months. Appreciate that. During the break, Leon, thanks for 119 as well. Cheers. Be on the ready here on Psy. Okay, I completely whiffed that. Oh, man. That is tough. Apparently, we're surviving here? Okay. Thought that was going to be some slippage for sure. This might be. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, we're on 24 right now. Let's grab this. Let's grab Strong here on Full Metal Jacket. Oh, he was on first too. That's probably why we were able to clear. Interesting. What are you doing, Daisy? Huh? I don't have any more treats. You had like 18 treats, girl. Well, yeah, but why not 28, she says. Why not? Why not just open the whole treat container and dump it on the ground? Why not? Why not replace regular food with treats? Why not? Alright, we have more money than we did last time to spend. So we'll start by going here, get a little embold on our poppin' here. Actually kind of tempted to go Berserker Brew and see if that works out for the Moab. Maybe we could even free up the money here and just have a buffer on the 203 and Psy. Yeah, I'm feeling spicy here. Let's go for it.
So I can go on strong now as well. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab stronger stimulant here. Stronger stimulant before 40 on this is almost certainly gonna be good enough. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be consistent, but it did work. Okay, well. Since we can make this first strike now, we can put boat over here, which would be the better spot for boat. So I'm going to place the boat without discount as far up and as far right as possible here. Okay, maybe as far right and down as possible, right there. Right there. Also bring it in. It's an interesting idea. Okay, let's try boat right here, and then I'm going to place hut after that. Not totally convinced this leaves room for everything, and that's all right. Seeing is believing. Okay, so when we're over here, I definitely need the range. Yes, I can give him an Alchemist buffer, but I think long range is the correct choice here. We're getting pretty decent uptime on both of these right now. I hesitate to upgrade the sniper just because Sai is receiving the buff at a pretty nice interval. Basically, a middle path for Alchemist makes the buff last longer and hit a little bit harder, where faster throwing increases the rate of application. They're both good, but for less targets, usually go here, and for more targets, they usually go here. Oh no, is there not room for a medium here? Is there room for small at least? Okay, there is room for small. Fair. That's a tough one. So the boat took up so much space that there's not room for a medium unit here. I think embrittlement could probably be good on this side. I don't know, my plan's a little busted now. I think if I can swap these positions, though, and get the sub on this side, we can do medium here. Anywho. Hope you all are ready for some spicy build here. Yikes. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, this will seem a little silly, and is, but we're gonna go for it. I'm gonna do double Necromancer into Prince of Darkness here. What I would actually like here is to have Necromancer here and Necromancer here, but that didn't turn out on this one. Need to flip-flop these placements, which won't actually be that hard to do. Oh, hey, one last thing we should probably do before going into that is adding in the recursive cluster here. Okay. I'm gonna go Jungle Drums primary training, and then we're gonna save for a tier 5. How are the graveyards holding up? Graveyards are holding up surprisingly well. Alright, looks like it's clearing up. I'm going to put my finger on 3 here for the last set, just in case. It's looking good. Looking really good, in fact. I think this recursive cluster placement's a pretty major discovery. I think if we end up getting our win today, this is going to be one of the main reasons that happens. Oh, did I also take up the spot here? Oh, I didn't. I still got it. Nice. Yeah, you do, Shao. You do get the gold for pulling the hook in. You actually get bonus money on non-chimps mode for using the hook. But here it's just a 1-for-1 trade. However much money you pull in is how much you receive. All right, so clearly we're into a point where we can save for just about anything we want. I think going for a Crossbow Master first is kind of what I want to do, but I also would like just to get Prince of Darkness. Pod's definitely strong, but does not help enough with 85 and 87. Is troubling. We're still a long way from 85 and 87, though. Much more cash to spend. Why would I do that? Because I can. I mean, reasonably, Psy could be back up here in this build, too. Alright, so we have Pirate Lord or Prince of Darkness. I'm going to choose Prince of Darkness to start, because Prince of Darkness at least covers DDTs for the first set of wave. We have this, and for 76, 78. Yo, Top Hat, thanks for 117 months, my dude. 117. Thanks a lot. Prince doesn't truly solo DDTs, but it does a lot of good. Okay, unfortunately, that happened before 76, so hopefully Pod can pick up the 76 wave here. And he can. Should mention that Prince of Darkness amplifies other Necromancers. Gives them a little boost, so the second Necromancer is a pretty nice unit. $78 should be good. I want to see how we do on 80. Because how we do on 80 will kind of determine what I need to have purchased before 85. Damage is really good on the reinforced BFBs. Promising, even. Okay. Daisy do the cat. What are you doing? What are you doing right here, huh? What you doing? Yeah. What are you doing? You're just like sitting looking at my face. You watching the balloons? That's nice. Just watching the balloons. Okay, so before 85, I need to purchase something that can help with ZOMGs. Is the main of it here. Not doing bad here. Okay, I'm going to take Crossbow Master. I've already purchased the primary training for more range pierce and attack speed, so it makes sense to me. You know, I was going to put Glue or Ice here. What about just putting down Alchemist? It's got 3 really strong buff targets next to it. Upgrading the Sniper Monkey is also good. Maybe I just go for May Moab and then put something here. Let's grab May Moab now. I believe May Moab gets us through 87. Yo, Feldspar 78. Thanks for 72 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, May Moab's almost always worth the cost. I agree. Looks like Crossbow Master is the main target, which definitely isn't bad. Crits being 10 times damage and all. Definitely not bad. Wonder if there's some merit to putting the Crossbow Master on strong for the DDT waves. I don't know about that. Level Psi right now, 16. Okay. Definitely not. Is it 100,000? Only 203. Wow. That's pretty impressive. See how 90 looks here. That's much better on DDTs. Dun 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 dun. Thinking I might just add in the boomerang monkeys now and then upgrade the sub and see what happens. There's not that many placement areas left, really. Thinking on like 90, 97, 98, we're gonna need something to slow down things. No spot back here? Really? Okay. I mean, I don't disagree. The sub has to be blocking the placement. We'll live with one boomerang monkey here. Got a room up here. There's room for a small up here, but not a medium. Interesting. Guess I missed the spot. Did not. There's no room. Fair. Kind of tempted just to put down like a ball of snipers, like 203 with a hut. We'll see what happens here. I'm most curious about 95 right now, because after 95 we have some tools to diagnose the problems, but right now not so much. Okay, 92's down. Yeah, Boomerang Monkey is definitely a medium size unit. Yo, Walk of Oz, thanks so much for 54 months. Thank you. In trouble here. Okay, they need to all pop before we press that. Yeah. Let's see, 372, 84,000. So I'd say the combination of these works. I'm gonna hop into Sandbox real quick and see if I can get the set up. What is this one, the next buff on that? Okay, let's hop into Sandbox real quick. Not doing actual wave testing, but I do want to do testing on what can fit in here. So we got this monkey right here. And then I'm going to pull boat up this time. I put it down on the previous attempt, and we couldn't fit Necromancer right here. Okay, so it does fit now. Yo, Walk of Oz, thanks for 54 months. Nakaris, thanks for 2. And Kagetora, thanks for 60. Thank you. Okay, spacing here. So then we also have sub here as far south and west as possible. This is the configuration I want. That should leave room for small in here. Maybe not. Okay, even if there's no small fitting in here, this is still the configuration I want. Crossbow Master, Relentless Glue, Prince of Darkness, regular Necromancer. And does this set up with the guy there, if I place this perfectly, does this allow for Boomerang Monkey below? Okay, yes. So I should be able to get this going like this. Now, there's no Alchemist buffer on the platform, which is a little bit unfortunate maybe, but still good. Okay, if we remove this, does that make room for a small? Is the next question. No, the small placement is blocked by the middle unit here. This is consistent with other setups I've done. There's room for 2 small here, but not 2 small and a medium. All right, next interesting thing to see here is, can I possibly fit medium here and then 2 smalls behind? Because that would be an improvement. And if I do this, can I still fit the sub? Guess we'll place the sub first. Definitely a way. Does this leave room for small unit below? You can get in there, I believe in you. Guess actually the better play here would be to place this unit first, and then see if the small fits behind it. Saw the spot. I'm not sure who the main target for the buff is. I just think having an Alchemist buffer back here is certainly not going to be bad. Alright, this is the configuration I want. Whether we reach it or not is debatable, but I think this is good. Yoga Ranga, thanks for 24 months. Appreciate that. 2 years. Appreciate all the suggestions in chat. You guys are more welcome to discuss the game or my strategy in any way that you choose. I can't respond to everybody's comment, of course. Definitely prefer with your feedback if you can provide some sort of tangible idea. Well, it may just be a skill level thing or where you're at, not understanding the mechanics, but asking me if something basically totally different would work isn't something I can interact with, because then I have to break down my entire build and then decide if your idea is better than my idea. And I'm pretty happy with the idea I have right now. That being said, all suggestions are more than welcome. regardless of your skill level or experience. Even sometimes a bad idea can lead to a pretty good thought. I think this is going to work just purely based on how the configuration's set up. This is the most quality monkeys I fit on the platform at once. I've had several attempts that were pretty close to what we just had on the sandbox mode there, but with this setup, we're fitting in 2 more units on the platform. Do. Haven't messed up these placements since the beginning of the stream. Feels good, man. Okay, it's really important that this sniper is tucked as far back as possible. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to fit the boomerang up there. And I think double boomerang is like a huge improvement to our 94 especially. Let's make sure this one's right. Problem is we're also on a bit of a time limit to place this unit. If we don't place it before the end of the wave gets us. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, Hobble 6514. Thanks for 77 months. Thanks. Just spending 4K on upgrading the sniper one more time would have been an interesting increase to our capabilities too. Too close, man. Stop it. Oh, it's because he's not on strong. I'm going to leave him like that, because last time this worked when I had them both on first. Okay, now we're going to do sub with a longer range. It's got to be southwest, otherwise the units aren't going to fit in. It's also important it's southwest, so I'm covering as much of the track as possible. This unit is very critical at the time it goes down. It's doing a very important job. All right, from here I went into shrapnel. Okay. Shrapnel is mighty tasty. All right, even faster firing. All right, from this point we have to cover lead because Psy's not going to be level 6 by the time 28 rolls around. So we're just going to go here. Does he get there by 30 though? The answer is no. He's going to be almost level 6 by 30, but not quite. I got a cat. Her name's Daisy Doo. She's doing a day right now, guys. She's doing a day right now. Daisy is big time the Doodler today. That's her villain name, the Doodler. I got 5 cats and she's the only one with a villain name. I was gonna leave it at that, okay? It's a dark timeline she lives on. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. Oh yeah, last time I just went for the buff, that's right. The Prince of Darkness timing in this build was like super close, so I don't want to mess with the build order at all. Okay, I'm actually gonna go for faster throwing this time too. We'll check it out. Oh god. That was really close. We saw there that the single target damage was better with the level 2 buff, because the Moab blew up right here with the level 2 buff, or the center buff, and then it blew up right here without it. That doesn't necessarily mean that the damage output is better overall. It just means for single target, the middle path is more efficient. This should have a higher uptime on size buff, though, which is also very good. All right, now I want to place this boat, because this boat is going to determine the placement of our other units. We're going to go as far northeast as possible on this placement. Okay. And now we're going to put down huts. And I'd like this hut. Oh, I didn't decide on a placement for this one. I remember, though, we were... I'm worried if I come too far right, I'm going to block the placement on the cannon, and I'm worried if I come too far left, I'm going to block the placement on the alchemist. Alright, I'm just going to go as close to the boat and the statue as I can, because that'll be an easy thing to replicate. Pull from down here. Yeah, I think that as well, Ellicott. Thank you. I agree that we did this placement in Sandbox. You on strong now, Sai? You're not. Just gonna grab pirate boat, crossbow, and then put down my other monkeys. It's a good place to start, though. They're monkeys, they're pirates. Okay. Saw the fit. It's barely there, but it works. Okay, so we gotta populate this in a very specific way. We're gonna start by putting Necromancer Monkey right here. Let's just build into Necromancer right now. Okay, then behind Necromancer, we're building Recursive Cluster right here. Okay, the fit's looking really nice right now. Bring this as far southeast as I can. Dun, 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 dun. It's mostly about the center west, though. Upgrading the sniper is certainly still an option that's open to us. I'm more concerned with this area right now than I am the sniper. Like, there's an upside to the sniper having lower fire rate, and that's that the alchemist buff is being put on both units. Where if I go to like to elite defender, he's going to eat every single buff. And Sai definitely benefits from buffs quite a bit. Have a little moment of truth here in a sec. Okay. Alright, so next up, I'm going to place glue right here, and then I'll put the second Necromancer, and then we're going to go to pod. But I got to place the glue first, because this is going to determine how much space we have left. Oh, wait, hold on. We decided on Necromancer here, because it can go medium, small, small, but not small, medium, small. And also, centralized Necromancer's a good unit for sure. It's of a quality. Alright, now if I'm remembering the build correctly, we go directly to Prince of Darkness from here. And it was pretty close to not making it. I might have purchased jungle drums here first, or primary hut. Yeah, I did buy primary hut here. And then just do it the same again. After this, we should be making Prince of Darkness at essentially the last possible second. Let's check spacing here. Yeah, it looks like we're definitely getting 2 smalls in here. And I think I can weasel this Alchemist in closer to the recursive cluster. All right, everybody, while our ad's clear here, I'm just going to stretch my legs real quick. We'll be back in just a moment for some more fun. Just going to think through the rest of this build and what we want to finish with. Be right back. All right. We're clear now. Thank you. Appreciate your patience there. No list of commands to so if you're but if you're looking for something specific, I'm sure we can help you out. In short, there's a lot of commands on it. A lot. All right, 63 is clearing up real nice. Yoink. Probably should be doing as little of pulling on the pirate ship as possible, just to make sure the necromancers are getting the full amount of graveyard. Didn't really think about that, but now I just did. Well thunked. Dun, 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 dun. Basically, whoever's closer gets the graveyard Rondoon, and then if there's overflow, the lower graveyard gets it. So, 500's the cap for base Necromancer, 3,000 is the cap for Prince of Darkness. There's no bonus money from pulling the Moab, but you still get the money for killing the Moab for pulling. Did I go crossbow master first last time? Maybe I did. Kind of feeling like I did go crossbow master first. No, we bought Prince of Darkness at 76, as it was, or end of 75 last time. Yoink. Oh yeah, I was scared last time because I used a size ability at the end of 75 to reach Prince of Darkness. It's a close one. Thinking this one will also be close. Didn't like that. I mean, hell, Pirate Lord would be fine here too, but... Let's give that a yoinks, huh? Okay, fair enough. We did make the timing. Oh no. We're fine. Nice summon. Now we should be looking at Crossbow Master. Yeah, it definitely was close, but close is good. Close is good. Getting Prince of Darkness down here, like pre-wave 80, is a nice step up for our build, in my opinion. The 81's also serious, but now that we have pod, it's less so. Like, this is a very hefty wave. Crossbow Master's out. I saw a flash there for a second. No? Oh, there it was. Boy, howdy, there's barely room in here. Standing room only on the platform. And the recursive cluster is the buff target. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. 87's a large concern. I'm gonna try to make it to main Moab by then. Not convinced. Quad ZOMG just seems terrifying right now. Because it is. Okay, we're not making main Moab. The difference is I put this Alchemist down. So if this doesn't work, it just means I gotta put main Moab first. Relentless Glue is probably not bad either. Yeah, fair enough. All right, so for 87, we need to have main Moab Sniper, and then after that, we're pretty much in the clear, I think. Everything about this configuration is good. Just need to flip-flop these placements. In fact, before we even mess with the glue, let's just put main Moab Sniper down, and then we'll know. Okay, 61, 190, what are you at? 86, 107. I bet this purchase as well, the tier 4, would have been good. Yeah, Relentless Glue is very good as well. The stuns probably would have made a difference there if he was on first instead. All right, give me just 1 second here, and then we'll be into another attempt. I think this is the one right here. All right, here we go. Yep, that's right. One Dankind. Relentless Glue is the one that stuns. And it's probably one of the strongest glue gunners, or at least in this current patch it is. Yeah, I really feel like we're about to break through 100 here. So I think it's happening. It's hard for me to imagine the build being more optimized. The only thing that I could maybe see changing here would be, like, instead of doing the double necro idea, just doing single necro plus another medium unit on that side. And that medium unit would almost certainly be Boomerang Monkey. The big reason I wanted to go double necro here is I'm opting for the discount hut rather than the camo reveal hut. And with that change, we need a second source of camo reveal. Okay, sniper needs to be super far tucked up here. Yeah, there's not actually enough money in the mode to put down Sun Temple and Chimps. Similar to Anti-Bloon, it's just a tower that exceeds the cost of the available monkey bucks. Great tower, though. Since we freed up the center place, and we also have the potential to use Super Monkey, but I don't think that's what I'm going to do on these. Searchy time, there's a set amount of money per wave. I don't know what the exact amount is, but every attempt has the same amount of monkey bucks available in Chimps, as each wave is consistent. Okay, one more wave and the hero goes down right here. You know what? I'm not getting any action out of the stun on Sai here. Let's put him over here. At least this way I have some influence on the lane. Is this possibly better? Try this one first. Okay, down here might have actually been better. Huh. Did the placement of the hero actually influence anything there, or is it simply this guy not being on strong for 15? That's interesting. Also, Sai should be right here. We're going to do that.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, sniper next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the sniper on strong at the start of 15. Then when I place the other sniper, I'm going to put it back on first, which I'd prefer not to have more target priority being messed with, but it definitely makes it a lot safer. I've never had a slip on 15 with the sniper set on strong at the start of the wave with Psy. Hero's going right here. That way his stuns can influence the lanes. That'll be another pretty large improvement, actually. I'm pretty confident that the left and right doesn't affect placement location, but I'm not sure on these. Like, these are fully rotating. This is just going back and forth on a horizontal plane. This has, like, a double axis movement. Which begs the question, when would be the best way to put the hero down? Not that we have a choice. Actually, hey, what I can do is I can start the wave and then put him right here, right away. This is going to be risky. Let's see what happens. Hoping to get a slightly better placement, but, you know, here it is. All right, we should be good. This is definitely in radius to get a very large stun on the Moab waves. Heck, maybe up here is better. Okay, if we're putting Psy up here, there is one more possible deviation on this build. And that is the configuration I was doing with the Alchemist, Sniper, and Nevimus plane. It doesn't help us for 90 plus with DDTs, but what it does help on is all of the waves previous, is we're getting consistent global damage output. And it's really not much more money for what we're putting down there. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say if we're going to be putting Psy up above, we kind of need to put a second unit down on the bottom. Otherwise, a portion of the Alchemist buff that we're paying a lot for is negated. Let's put Sniper here. Well, any wave size right here, we got it pretty well dominated with the stuns. Okay, first, let's go back on first here. Now I'm gonna put sub in this pool as far southwest as we can possibly get it. That's definitely it. Yo, Homeless Messiah, thanks so much for 75 months. Happy Halloween season to you. It's my birthday in exactly a week. October 9th. Birthdays sneak up on you quick.
I may have stunned too early here. Moment o' truth. Yikes. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. I'd really like to get side moved up on this platform, but I will concede that maybe I don't want to, because we're very close to victory here. This probably isn't an optimization I need to make. Hey, thanks, Lunar Winds. It's been good. If I grab him from down here. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. So what happens there is this placement I'm making up here gets moved too far south, and then the second placement here is not far enough left to reach that second red balloon. Gotta make sure that's moved up. Two on last. Get those stinky balloons. He got them this time. Alright, so we were able to properly diagnose and fix why this slip was happening. I think all the early game slips I totally understand now. Definitely some very particular placements in there, but certain balloons slip for certain reasons. I'd say of all the early game placements, the first monkey we put on this platform is probably the most important for his position. Gonna put Sai back down here. Want to do the exact same build I did previously, though. I do have an idea how to improve this by moving Sai up and then putting a plane down here if we need to. All right, here we are again. Put you back on first. Time for sub as far southwest as possible. It's going to clear, no problem. Looks a little scary, but it's not. All right, there it is. You're on strong. Okay, I got an idea. I'm going to put this guy on strong, but I'm going to be willing to put him back to first if things look weird. I'm pretty confident I had to make shrapnel shot before fast firing because there's a wave like 23 or something that has a major issue otherwise. Okay. Saved it. Okay, so that actually worked amazingly. Turned it back to first the second all the yellow balloons were off there. That's tough. Okay. Is this on strong? It was. That's first. Not entirely certain why that's clearing sometimes and why it's sometimes not. So I do know I missed my stun there. Those pops looked really good. Yo, Tennyson, thanks for 63 months. Happy Monday to you. Hmm. I'm gonna try to cut one of the sniper placements. I think I can put the sub down first. I think the sub does as much, if not much more, than the sniper to begin with. We can just rally that into some other upgrade. That'll work. So I'm gonna put the first sniper down here. Here, rather. Hey, have a good one, Marnik. Good night. Alright, so I'm going to try putting sub down here instead of sniper. It's making sense in my head. Unless there's a leak, like, directly afterwards, then this all should be great. Southwest. What good kitters I got. Oh, man. Alright, let's go strong here. First tier, first tier. What good kitters I got. Alright, I'm imagining since we didn't put down the other sniper, I'm going to be able to get the shrapnel shot faster firing at the timing we need to actually get done here. Maybe not, though. Dude, this is so himkin close, though. Mercy. Okay, you know what? It cleared. That's all I really care about. It made it. Ooh. All right. For the sake of consistency here, I'm just going to put down that other sniper that I was placing now. I actually think before going into faster firing, placing sniper was a little bit safer, maybe. Anywho, we're over the hurdle. Okay. This guy's job is to go on strong now and cover lead. Gonna grab faster firing while we're here, because that was the order. All right, now we're gonna go into tier 4 buff. I'm feeling like the middle path performed better. Maybe not. The uptime on Psy and the sniper was really good with fast throwing. Weird. It was late both times. Really similar on those paths. One time we had this, he popped a lot sooner. I'm almost wondering if I'm misremembering a time I had full auto rifle. Alright, next up we're gonna get this boat placed. The boat's gonna be in the furthest northeast placement it can get. Okay, now hut going as far north and as far east as possible as well. Gonna play with this placement for a minute because it's really important it's correct. There it is. Okay, it all felt the same as last time. So I can definitely take the attack speed benefit of the Alchemist buff, though I don't believe he benefits from the bubbles, which should go consistently on the sniper. I think it's 15% faster attack for the level 2 buff, which does, to my understanding, influence his ability to pop Moabs. All right, next up, we're gonna go right here. Actually, is that right? No, let's build it the same way we did last time. From the outside in. No? Oh, man. That's tough. Okay, not the end of the world here, though. We can still fit a small here, and then the medium behind it. Yeah, that's all the same. So there's enough room for a small here, but not a medium. So this is just going to become the glue gunner spot when the time comes, right there. So what I'll do here instead is I'll put the alchemist buffer probably directly behind the boat if we make it that far in the end. All right, now I'm going to place glue. I'm not going to be upgrading the glue anytime soon. I'm just putting this as a spacer so I don't lose this placement later. Still a pretty good placement, pretty centralized. Won't really be on the track over here, but close. Really tight placement. So I gotta figure like what went wrong here. I think that the boat is somehow a little bit further south than it should be. And it didn't quite make it to its northmost location. I don't think this is critical, but it's definitely different than our best attempt, so want to get it in there. You can do it, Cannon. I believe in you. I saw the spot earlier. There it was. There it is. Right there. Well, in good news, our cannon placement's really nice. An excellent location. Alright, so this is -1 Necromancer compared to some previous attempts. I'll take a look at the placement here. We definitely have room for a medium. I'm gonna strongly guess that we cannot get both a medium and a small here, but I could go small unit here, small unit here. Embrittlement Monkey would not be bad there. Hell, just Moab Eliminator is an interesting thought instead of the second Necromancer. Okay, so I think about things that cost around the same as Necromancer that have a similar effect. I'm going to purchase full auto rifle, and that's going to be the replacement for the second Necromancer. Maybe not in totality, but for this attempt, that's going to provide a similar function and allow us to proceed on the same plane. Which is now going to be Prince of Darkness. Very nice. Yeah, got a very similar function here. Waves cleared almost exactly the same as the double necromancer attempt. The site is definitely our weak side currently. Hey, Dragon House, thanks for 15 months. 1 year and climbing. Appreciate that. Sai's still getting some overflow here at the tier 4. It's a little unexpected by me, but cool. Most effect is going to be very situational, Graven Fear. It's a lot of good units in Bloons, as it turns out. Nice. Does this actually get to me a Prince of Darkness sooner? It kind of feels like it does. Okay, this route gets me to Prince of Darkness before 75. That's awesome. I'm liking this much better than the double necromancer setup. Okay, crossbow master, Main Moab sniper, glue. And then we'll make a choice. I am very curious how the ZOMG is going to fare versus this guy being tier 4 instead of tier 3. Last time the ZOMG popped right about here, pretty late down the line. Yo, Maniac, thanks for 104 months. Thanks so much for being a part of it, dude. Appreciate all that support. Triple digits. No end in sight for me. Happy to still be here doing this thing after all this time. Even Elite Defender's not unreasonable here. here's the test. How does wave 80 go? Really looked almost exactly the same until here. We had slips all the way down here. That was a big improvement on our cleanup. Love it. Okay, next up is Crossbow Master here. Crossbow Master could be replaced for another unit or another tier 5, but I think it's really strong in this particular spot. It's hard for me to imagine that cash being better spent somewhere else. Possibly it is. Okay. Awesome. I'm a little bit worried about lack of camo here. I don't see any reason this doesn't hold 87. I know if that's true. Yeah, this site is pretty weak. That's fair. Grab that glue we said we were gonna. Shimmer only helps us hit DDTs after they're revealed, so it's not really the same as camo hut coverage here. But it's definitely helpful. It's not a solve all versus camo. This is much better than our previous 92. My gut's telling me to go for Pirate Lord. Let's just see what happens. This is, I think, a pretty obvious improvement over our best attempt so far. Like, this way would be a place where having Psy up here would be really nice. Like, you can imagine how that'd work. Or you'd be stunning this wave, blocking it up a bit. Our cleanup is just so much better with this guy being tier 4. Holy guacamole. Not even saying we're winning this wave, it just looked a lot nicer. It's looking good. And boom, we got Pirate Lord before 95. Alright. Oof. Okay, Pirate Lord might not be here. My man? Okay. Want to make sure this ability's up for the start of next wave. That is immensely important right now. Okay. Definitely live without this ability on 97, but this one, I'm going to need it. Okay. Alright, we're fine now. With only one reinforced ZOMG, this guy can lock it down real good. Alright, so pretty much 98 is the most serious wave out of the 100. Let's see what happens here. I'm gonna take it nice and slow on this. Start pulling ZOMGs as quickly as possible. This would be another time having Psy up here on the platform be really nice, because I could delay out the stuff over here. No, Psy will not reach max level on this. Not enough time in Chimps mode for him to be 100. Okay. Not convinced we're clearing 99, but pretty convinced. Let's go ahead and put Embrittlement Monkey down right here, because we're gonna need this for Wave 100. We gotta have extra damage on the bat, or it's just not gonna happen. 99 also has a pretty pathetic amount of cash, so we're not gonna be making much else. Refreeze. And then buff here. What slipped through? Where was it at? I didn't see the slip. It was down on this side. Okay. That's fair. All right, this is like super, super close. I would go as far as to say if I had level 4 buff here on the pirate ship and didn't put this unit down, that was going to clear. That was going to clear. Also, as an additional option, I could have put a second necromancer right here. All right, very short break for me, then we're going to do it again. I think our formula is rock solid here. Everything looks nice. Getting this guy to tier 4 instead of a second necromancer at the time was very beneficial. And I think I should use the pirate hook the second that the 3 reinforced DDTs are even on screen. And just use it early rather than later. Okay, be right back. All right, I'm back. Check our pops here. 282. We did upgrade this rather late. 591. Okay. This guy, he's a keeper. We got him down nice and early, but I mean, that's a very solid pop count. 325, 249 for the tier 4. Wow. 366 for Psy. No surprise there. A thought I had on break was that if this sniper had camo vision, that last wave would have cleared 99, because he would have been able to hit the remaining reinforced DDTs no problem. That would have slowed him down enough for everything to pop off. Also, if the glue gunner had access to camo and could ambush the DDTs, that'd be very helpful. So I think I might do this exact same try, but trade Monkey Commerce for camo vision when we get into the 90s. What I'm worried about with that strategy, though, is we are paying more for the units that are on the field. So I think if you add up the discounts on all of these units, it's only going to be about 6,000, 5,000 maybe. So about the amount we had here between this and the Ice Monkey. So we could achieve a very similar effect, but have camo vision in maybe one less unit. That's tough. Alright, if I'm going to go camo vision on the HUD, I could also consider going into faster firing instead of the crow's nest. The main reason I've been doing this, though, is because we get longer range on the pirate ship, and without that increase, it doesn't have as much track coverage. Faster firing is like 30% faster, though. Okay, another way to embolden camo sight is to add that second necromancer and so having a staggered shimmer. I'm gonna put a necromancer right here, and I think that's gonna solve it. I think we get through 99, and then I think 100 is gonna be really close, but we'll be able to first strike it down at the end of the wave for barely a victory. Monkey Commerce cost 1,080 to get the tier 2, and you're getting 15% discount on placements in the first 3 tiers of upgrades on units. So like, it's basically if you get around 12, 13k worth of discounted upgrades, you've paid for the cost of the hut overall. First 3 here is like 2k. First 3 here is like a lot more than that. This is probably the biggest discount unit right there. Probably getting 2,500 back. No, not quite. Just on that. Alright, second Necromancer, level 4 buff. That's the plan. This is exciting because we're right there now. Getting past 98 is a really big deal. Just thinking it'd be nice. We had the mage in here last time or 2 times ago. We'll see if we can get that placement in again. Because if I can get the configuration with the mages on the wings or the necromancers on the wings, that'd be even better. Smody, thanks for 106 months of support. Cheers. Yeah, I got you, Blaine. I guess all I can say is that's a very complicated question. a lot of variables into what camo vision actually provides in a build, and at which moments it's important and which moments it's not. Boom, boom, boom. There's always the possibility of MIB here as well, but I think we're gonna get it with this strat. Just thinking of ways that this build could twist into something else, and MIB is definitely a possible change. I guess one way to look at it, blame with the camo vision, is we want to spend the absolute minimum possible to be able to handle DDTs. Is how I feel. So if I can get away with Discount Hut, that's great. It's the only income we can really get in Chimps. But you can definitely beat Chimps without discount. Alright, sniper here. I think if I do end up going camo hut, I'm very likely to put down boomerang monkeys. Even doing that triangle of monkeys again could have been very efficient on the last attempt. There is also a ton of things we can buy for the cost of Pirate Lord. So I'm sure the ship's a good placement. It does a lot of work. Alright. Hero coming up next. Oh man, I gotta remember the sub start now. We went Hero. Should have placed this guy down here. Okay. Yoinks. Da, 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 da. Hero's going here. Here we've gone strong for the moment. Okay, as far southwest as possible, this way. Let's establish what the west is, establish what the south is, find the spot in between them. Boy, tell you what, that placement felt good. I think that's a very fun idea, Belwin. I don't think applicable for this particular situation. If all of the dart monkeys were converged in one location, I think that'd be more viable. But since the platforms move, it's not able to be activated with consistency. Okay, on 21, I gotta be ready to be using this stun here. Make sure we get at least one yellow balloon in there to slow this down. Oh no. I mean, no problem at all. We totally got that. Not even a little bit scary. Boy, shrapnel's pretty good, man. Okay, since we moved the hero up here, I think it is important that there's a second buffing target if I end up adding that down here. And I would say for the cost of the unit plus the alchemist, having received almost 200,000 pops is pretty great. So I'm likely to do that again. I can add in like a bouncing bullet sniper over here, or I could even do never miss plane. I think with this change, I need to make a change down here, otherwise it's going to fall apart a little bit. Alright, you're going to be on strong, you're going to be full metal jacket, faster firing. Yeah, that's going to be how we solve the lead still. Okay, Sai is going to be unable to stun the Wave 40 Moab in this setup, so it's important that I rush into Tier 4 here. It's definitely a change not having the stun on this side for the potentially bigger waves. Before, on the last attempt, we did Alchemist Tier 4 buff, and we used the stun to barely pop the Moab. Gotta have it. Hey there, Crystal Camo. Enjoy that lurk. Enjoy your cozy lurk as well, Zephyrna. Thanks, dude. New Smody, by God, I've missed you earlier. My apologies. Thanks for 106 months. Per usual, if I ever am late to or miss your notification, do sincerely apologize. Got a terrible case of that humanized myself. It is true. I'm gonna grab this now. Also, no alerts playing in my ears as part of our no frills format. Thanks for your patience. We're easily making this. Should be on strong now as well. Honestly, this plan's like the smoothest one yet. It just keeps getting better. Got him. Okay, after we got a tier 1 here, I'm going to put this plane down. Again, I think that it's important for the alchemist to have a second buffing target to realize his full potential. This also adds another layer of global coverage into the map for not too big of a cost. Not getting out of this super cheap, but cheaper than a lot of things. Pretty comparable cost to a bouncing bullet sniper. Maybe a little better Moab damage. Bouncing bullet sniper, also a very acceptable choice down here. Alright, now we'll go to tier 4. Then we'll start building the upper portion. This plane will have over 100,000 pops, but if we make it to the end. Okay, now we're going to place the boat as far northeast as possible. And last time this slipped on me a little bit. I got too far south. So let's establish what north is. Let's establish what east is now. Alright. Could just go for most north. I feel like that messes something up. Let's stick to plan here. That's north. There it is. That's the one, you betcha. Now hut, we're gonna get this hut as far northeast as possible as well. I think north being the more important coordinate on this placement. Can actually get it pretty far over here. Interesting. Stick with the plan. I'm getting distracted by ideas. Already have plenty of ideas, sir. There it is. Playing with what the northern margin is. There's actually not very much space here to place this hut. It's like very, very minimal overall. There it is. A better understanding of that placement now. So while the boat is its furthest to the right here, you can see this lane is very weakened for us. Thinking on the route where we don't grab camo, he's got to have alchemist buff if we do that. This time we are doing that. Let's get. Yo, Sammy74, thanks for 76 months. Snaggle2, thanks for 47. Next question, does a medium fit here? Ah, yeah, we got it this time. It's all. trying to remember the order I built stuff last time. Placement's a little different. We'll see. Gonna tuck the recursive cluster in right here now. And that placement feels really good. It's amazing how much better this attempt is feeling to me with this this bow just a few pixels higher. It's like there's so much more room to work in here. That's the one. Also say the waves have felt much cleaner for having this plane added in. Pretty large increase in our damage. And ambush too. Because the plane can work on the weak side. See what happens here. All right, before this, I was purchasing jungle drums and primary for these two units. I think I'm going to stick with that because the extra pierce it gets for this tier 3 affects the layers on the 63 here a lot. Doesn't look like we needed to, though. We might be able to, after placing the recursive cluster, save directly for Prince of Darkness there. Strong possibility. Okay, I'm going to add the Prince of Darkness right here. Just debating moving this guy over to the edge and putting Glue Gunner right here, but I think glue next to this makes a lot more sense than that. I was just looking at where the balloon summons are coming from the side Necromancer, and when he's on the far side, he's not getting any action down in this region. It's all right here. And this guy can at least summon further down, which is a big difference in damage for summons. Hey, Papu, thanks for that Prime sub. Appreciate you making it official. Cheers. Okay, now we're going directly for Prince of Darkness, I believe. I just don't need this guy. I'm waiting for the scare here. How many pops Nevemis have? Okay, 23,000. Compared to the boat, who's right on the entrance, is 9,000. That's interesting. I guess the truth of this build is that the the necromancers are kind of dominating the regular balloon waves. Fair. Yeah, it looks scary, but we got a lot of global. Totally whiffed my stun there. Oh yeah. Okay, if we're clearing 76, we're probably clearing 78. Even though I don't need to, I'm just going to use my ability twice here on 78. Pretty certain that clears, but it definitely clears if I do that. Yoink. See what happens here. I'll use my stun on the first set. Ooh, alright, playing with fire there. Almost got burned. No surprise. What fire does. Okay, pod's down before 80. That's fair enough. A little bit later than last time we got down pod, but we have this plane, also putting in the work. Crossbow Master is next. Maybe it's main Moab. At rate 81 is a pretty serious wave. Sai's helping out big time though. This is the level he reaches where he can grab the blue Moabs. Jingle Talk definitely depends on the situation. On this one we're using Shrapnel Shot Tier 4. It's a really nice effect on the area of the map. It's not a common usage for me, but it's a good one on this map anyways. Elite Defender's a great unit, no doubt. You remember my nuke is on 3, not on 2. Definitely a recent change. I'm gonna take my time here with these Moab waves. I want to observe and see how the build is actually performing here. Also like to save my stun for 85 to lock up the right-hand Moab if possible. Oh hey, we're at 27,000. Let's buy this thing. Then let's start working on this thing. Are we fine? We fine. Get 'em, got 'em good. Okay, this is the quad Moab wave, and we're not quite to buying main Moabs. This is a scary time. Much closer than I prefer, but here we go. Oh, what can I change to make that wave not so sketchy if there is a next time? I'm not sure. Next thing is glue. Alright, I've been going first Relentless Glue, and I do think Relentless Glue has a lot of merits because it can stun Moabs as well, so it does technically lengthen the track. We do have the option of just going into strong targeting and doing the Moab Glue as well. That would cut quite a bit of money off of the top. That's one place we could save later, but I do believe in this strategy, so let's go for it again. Moab Glue, a very strong tool. More time inside of the reanimated balloons. A lot more damage potential. All right, here comes 90. Okay, that went good. Oh, we did it. We left room. Okay, so we got the perfect platform. This is the exact setup that we wanted. Just how we imagined it when we started. And I think we're closest to the cannon here. Is the primary buff target the glue here? Looks like primary buff target is the glue. That's kind of awkward. Not necessarily bad for the glue to have more radius, though. We'll be able to overspill buff, too. I'd prefer it's on the cannon, but this is not that big of a deal. All right, 93 is going pretty good. Like, the extra range on the glue might be, like, really good here. All right, what does this do? All primary monkeys in radius get more range, pierce, and projectile speed. That doesn't seem bad. We got Crossbow Master, Glue Gunner, Recursive Cluster as well. What I kind of need to buy is this first strike capability, though. Let's work towards that right now. See where we're at. All right. 94 cleaned up all right. Got some concerns about 97 here. This is where we got Pirate Lord last time, which I think is a little bit inefficient. Okay, we're clearing 95, which means the next concern for DDTs anyways is going to be 99, where they're reinforced. But definitely a good sign there. Get the first strike capability now. Actually, maybe I want to go into Boomerang Monkeys first. I can say my stun's more important than the 3 ability here on 97 upcoming. .96 feeling pretty handled, I think. Would have preferred not to do that, but okay. That's fair. I saw the spot. It's there. It's there. Uh-huh. Dude, this is like the ultimate monkey island right now. It's awesome. Gotta save this for 98. Alright, they're really hammering this one. Stun it real quick. Alright, 97's cleared. Gotta be focused over here to get this. Mercy, mercy. Oh, so close. Okay. Maybe I used my ability a little bit too soon there. You'd have 5,700 to spend, too. It's so good. What do we have for pops here? 119, 186. All right, this configuration, solid. This looks good, too. I'm wondering here if moving glue to the center and then putting this guy over here might be helpful. Okay, 107 on the second Necromancer. All right. Honestly, this guy just being Alchemist buff might be really good. I think that's what I'm going to do. We also could have gone Elite Defender there, but I don't think that helps with 99. I think 99 is still needs to be a consideration. Thinking for the total amount saved on the platform, we might be able to just go camo on the hut and forego something. $107. How many pops do you have? 104. It's not bad. Not bad for the cost at all. Well, I'm sure it only has 90, but I think it's a pretty big 90,000. A lot of area coverage on that. All right, let's do it again, but I'm going to add buff in here. I know it has 100,000 pops, but if my best units have additional pierce and damage, it's going to make up those pops pretty easily. Okay. Placements look really good. Last. Okay, that tells us that this unit got a little far south, so we're going to bring it a little north. Okay, this time I'm going to place the bottom sniper first. All right, I think this one's going through. Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to place this sniper first. It's an easier one to place, and it makes more sense with putting the sub after the hero to do so. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. I thought Sai did pretty well up here, but I also think that him having Alchemist buff was nice. I'm gonna re-go with this placement. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, after this, he should be on strong. Okay, go back on first now. Gonna put a sub into the pool. Southwest is the location we're looking at. That one feels good right there. Hey there, Evil Katos. Glad you could make it. Hovalu, thanks for 107. Legend. Thank you. Oh no. We're fine here? We're fine. Too close for comfort. Alright, here we go. Okay, after this, we're placing additional sniper right here. Is there any way the hut fits in before this? I don't think so. All right, next up, sniper, third tier on the bottom. All right, there we go. Done some experiments with machine gunner on this map. I'm not saying it can't work late game, but I wasn't very impressed, so I don't think I'll be making that change. Go ahead and throw this down. It's going to be going into acidic mixture dip here. I was going to use gunner here. Let's take a look at the paths. Probably Rocket Storm or Hydra Rocket Pods would be the one. Okay, good. We're definitely making our next level up here. Looks good. Go for the stronger buff. Alright, is plane time. It's maybe plane time. Did I not leave room for a plane? There it is. There it is. Can almost certainly imagine some sort of placement complication on the top thing. It went like perfectly last time. It's going to be difficult to replicate. Alright, now tier 4 buff, then we can start working on the upper portion. Okay, next here we're gonna place the ship. We're gonna put this as far northeast as possible. That's the ticket. Let's establish north and let's establish east. Where is it? Not much room to place this unit actually in this pool. That felt good. Okay, now discount hut. There it is. Right. That's it. Well, something that was in reach last time, and I think would be an improvement here, is going to be primary expertise. We're using Crossbow Master, Glue Gunner, Recursive Cluster, and possibly Boomerang Monkeys as well. And if we're going all the way to primary mentoring, we get the first tier 1 upgrade of each of those units for free. So we're able to recoup quite a bit of the cost of this, probably around 1,200 or so. Maybe more. Okay, single necromancer. What's going on with this? Already having some sort of weird complication here. I think it's just because the Crossbow Monkey's facing to the left. It feels like he's pushing me over more, but the footprint's the same. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, I was having recursive cluster down before 63 previously, and I'm not convinced I make that now. Yoink. Darn. How did we lose the placement area here? That's tough. Okay, so there's room for a small in here now, but not a medium. I don't think a centralized glue gunner is actually too bad here. We can make some lemonade. So medium here. This hut must be further south than it usually is. The only thing that makes sense for the placements being changed. Oh, I saw it. Okay. There is spot for a medium in here. I saw ya. It was maybe up higher than I was imagining. Yeah, that was it. Okay, I knew this couldn't be that borked. A very consistent way to place it. This is it. It's just the units look a little different with how I put them in. There it is. There it is. That was a real head scratcher there for a minute. Turns out everything's fine. I think we got 63 here, but I'm going to use my stun anyways. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's getting roasted. Alright, from this moment we're saving for Prince of Darkness. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. What wave's gonna be troublesome here? There's definitely a couple. What's the range on this guy? Wow. Wow, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. I'm gonna say 75 is kind of an issue here. Looks like we're making Prince of Darkness way before 80, though. haven't had any real success on advanced maps with the tier 5 primary hut. I also agree it's one that I enjoy. It's a tough one, Pie Overlord. I can't think I've ever thought of the towers and balloons thematic. Sorry, disappoint. Okay, we got problems. Let's go ahead and yoink one of those. Ooh, fresh bread. One moment. That's right. Bread is more important than you guys. More important than the stream. All right, here we go. Saving for Prince of Darkness. Oh, thank you, Recursive Cluster, for cleaning that up. I appreciate it. Closer than you'd like. All right, after this, probably Crossbow Master and then buff. We know whatever the main buff target on this alchemist is going to be banging. How are we doing on 80 here? Looking all right. Hoping Crossbow Master is happening before 85. It definitely will be. Spectre is generally pretty inefficient on Chimp's Blade. So Sir Nornarl, thanks for 59 months. One more for 5 years. Thank you. Alright, we're definitely getting Crossbow Master before 85. Maybe even this wave. Wow, look at the range on that Crossbow Master with the hut bonus. Wowsy wosy. Okay, Crossbow Master is the main buff taker. That's pretty solid. Okay, now we're gonna go for main Moab Sniper. Hopefully make it before 87, though maybe we won't. We got stuns available for 87, at least. If we're not making it, I might as well do that. Looking suspect. I don't think we have this. Maybe, though. Ouch. Okay, the difference was this buffer instead of a second Necromancer. That was the only difference between the last two attempts. What if we did like, we go primary mentoring, and then we put down the 4 corners boomerang monkeys? We have 4 Moab press monkeys, or 3 with a glue gunner. I don't know. I'm going to think on that one for a minute. Good time to stand up and stretch anywho. If you let our ads play, thanks so much. So we do 3 minutes per hour, which is the bare minimum to remove pre-rolls on the channel. If you let this play, thanks so much. Does support a lot. If not, totally understand. We'll be back in just a few minutes for another Chimps Attempts. All right, have return. Let's do it again. I'm gonna cut the plane here. I like the plane, but I think that Sai on that bottom island with the sniper receiving the alchemist buff does quite well. I think I was missing the alchemist buff on Sai. Bring it over. All right, looks good here. Bottom sniper is going down first, then hero, then sub. Has been consistent for us since we found it, and has been a major find because it's freed up this central portion for somebody else. I think there's much more on targeting priorities I need to remember, other than the sniper goes on strong for that one round after 15, or 4:15 rather. Yeah, I set this up like the plane. Not a big difference here, but it is something. Sniper would be best placed dead center. A very small optimization. Southwest. I'm gonna be ready to stun here. Not on this one, though. 485 for Shrek. What a shot by the Dart Monkey. Dang, dude. For real right now? What a lad. I think that's literally the difference of the sniper being a little bit right versus dead in the center. Because we're getting slightly different angles on the shrapnel. It's a little low. Yeah, the ordering was right there. Just like thinking hard about that last slip, because that's the only slip we've had of its kind after doing the sniper, sub-sniper routine. Guess we'll find out soon. Wow. Penny is very spicy today. Yeah, it looks fine. This placement, while still important, is less critical than the other two. Penny, you're going berserk right now. What a good kidders. She's just having a little heck, that's all. A little one. Alright, sniper dead center next. Looks great. Yeah, strong real quick. Alright, southwest. I feel like this placement last time is the reason we had a slip. I think it's a little bit weak. Placement's very important to the build early on. Oof. Okay, maybe instead of buying faster firing, I should place the second sniper first. That makes sense to me. We're okay. Not quite. Interesting. This was working before. Alright, we're just gonna place a second sniper first then. Easy. There's some difference there I'm not remembering at this moment. Right, this upcoming round will be the real test. Hey there, Fate. What's good? All right, looks good. This one's picking off all of the balloons that are coming around. Great job. All right, heroes next. Maybe I give Sai this spot back. Not for this attempt, though. He does perform really well there on the bigger Moab waves. That stun fixes a lot of problems. See about the compositions we've had. We've had the double Necromancer here and here. That was quite good. We've had Necromancer here and here as well. Doing this for now. Strong for this round. Yeah, I recall we use Druid quite a bit. I use it in the start of my attempts on this map. I do think it's quite good, but we ended up replacing it. It was right here because late game it doesn't do as much on this map. It's still a really good early game, but placements are exceptionally important because there's so little space to put quality units. So Druid kind of fell out of favor on this one, which was a first for me. Okay, here we go. Southwest. Longer range. Now we're going to put down another sniper before we upgrade. Actually, let's keep it on first. You go on strong. There we go. I think that's the ticket. I think that's what I was not remembering. I think that stun was required. No. What changed here? Okay, not putting the sniper down till after shrapnel is what's messing me up here, because I'd have enough to buy the faster firing. Like, I know this didn't work last time, but it's probably the sub placement that did that. All right, what I'm going to do on this one is a little different. I'm going to pull the sub as far south as possible, so I'm getting just a fraction more track coverage. And that might sacrifice the inside small placement, but I don't think I'm going to use that anyways. You're on first, last, first. Okay, looks good. Really thinking hard about the start, like, I felt like we had something very stable, and then I lost it. I guess one of the main differences, I tried to move Psy back down rather than being up here and having access to, like, a minor proactive stun. Alright, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna move Sai back up here. The best stun of them all. He's very good in this position. Or she, rather. Excuse me. Strong for now. Okay, great flying fish. Thanks so much for 6 months. Appreciate that half year. We're gonna go as far south as we can here. Also like to be west. Okay, there it is. It's a really good placement. Almost just off, I think. I think we got it now. You're on strong. You're on first. Yeah, this coverage is way better than it was before. Almost certain we solved the mystery. Oh yeah, I think we're all caught up now. Alright, so all of that fuss we just had was because the sub was not actually truly as far south as it could get. Classic Bloons. Love it. I got 1,000 hours in Bloons, like right around the corner. 1 or 2 streams from now. What a wonderful experience this game is. Game has an incredible amount of content. A really nice learning curve too, going up through the difficulties. It's well designed all around. This lad's gonna be on strong. And go faster firing as well. Okay, once we have this going, we're going into semi-automatic before 36. Okay, next is going to be Alchemist here. So I can get a lot lower on the platform over here. Let's do that so there's still room for plane. This could also be our moment to go for just another sniper too. When I initially placed the sniper, I was planning on Sai being on the same platform, so it changes it a little bit. Just elite defenders, reasonable. Just do this for now. Leave our options open to us. Can go on strong now. All right, here we go. Yeah, now we have access to things like stuns on the main lane. Good. Sure, Mikoku, that's a very fair question about targeting priority. Well, there's no hard and fast rule on what targeting priority you should use in any given situation. Some general guidelines would be, if you want a monkey to fire in a straight line, you often choose last targeting, so they fire continually down the line where they're standing. If a unit has high ceramic or lead popping capability, you might have it on strong, like this guy's on strong because he covered the lead waves for us earlier. Burst is very good for monkeys that are ambushing, such as Shrapnel Sniper. It really boils down to what is the best targeting for the monkey in the given situation. A lot of my target priority options come down to the early game, popping the different kinds of balloons down in chimps anyways. But like you go down to Main Moab Sniper, you want it to be hitting the highest target unit, so you'd have it on strong. Results may vary, definitely something to play around with. Does plane still fit on here? Plane definitely still fits on here. Sitting on a bundle of cash here. I'm just not quite sure which route I want to go. Okay, let's put this boat down at least. We want this boat to be as far northeast as possible. So let's figure out what north is and drag it east is. Placement looks pretty good. I am moderately tempted to go no discount hut on this attempt. Put the hut up here this time. Sure, if this leaves room on the left-hand side for another unit, and that's okay. Oh yeah, I just went discount after saying I wasn't going to. Classic. Here we go. Discounts cool too. Alright, one more foray into this primary thing. I'm gonna place this right now. It's a really nice placement. Yo, FF7, thanks so much for 12 months. Appreciate that year. Hey, Durrell, thanks so much for 32 months. Appreciate that Prime continuation. Cheers. I haven't tried the guided magic version of the Prince. I don't think that makes a difference right here. I like the way this is clustered. It's feeling good. I did not include monkey pirates on this attempt. Feeling that if I don't go all the way to pirate lord, it's not as worth. He's staying buff pretty much all the time with a level 1 buff. Don't think I'm going to upgrade this either. What are we going to do with our newfound cash? Maybe we get glue down now as a bridge here. Don't like glue before 63 as much. It doesn't like hit 63 a lot, and it doesn't do damage to balloons. Busho, it does pretty decent versus clumped up Moabs because it has layer piercing, and then it also can hit a lot of targets. So on the later waves, recursive cluster is not inefficient versus Moabs. How many things you hit is also pretty relevant in the later waves. Thinking this might clear 63. Okay, if this doesn't clear 63, then we press the button here, and we buy what? Yeah, this tucks in pretty good. All right, this is going to be here no matter what. I'm just going to place it now. Get this as far back and as far right as possible. I'd really like the recursive cluster to be the main target for this. Oh, certainly Prince of Darkness wouldn't be bad either. Okay, here we go. Okay, if it doesn't clear, we're buying Alchemist Buff. Okay, recursive cluster knocked that one out pretty good. I am going to use my stun and then my 2 on the second waves of 63. Alright, didn't even need the extra hit. Awesome. It's hard to believe it, but right around the corner here, we have our 8th annual Winter Fragmas, 31 streams in the month of December for our 8th annual year. We kick it into our 12th year full-time next January. Thank you all for the amazing support. Looking forward to sharing another 31 days of Fragmas coming up this December. And yeah, if you got any game suggestions, feel free to drop them in the suggestion box there or hop in our Discord game suggestion channel. Do appreciate your feedback. A lot of great games out there, that's for sure. I'm getting a little weird. Oh, yeah. We're fine. So we're feeling a little bit of lack of damage on reinforced bow habits. Man, am I gonna make Prince of Darkness here? I want it to work, because if this works, this is a really simple place to come back to. What we're missing is pirate ship and a couple other things. I wouldn't say that Bloon's TD7 is out of the question, but Like, how much content they've added to TD6, even in the past couple of years, is pretty nuts. Like, they're still very actively adding stuff to the game, so I don't think TD7 is a priority for them, though I have no actual idea what their dev process is. The engine still works fine, and they're adding maps. But, like, if you think to actually make a new game at this point, how much content would have to be in TD7 just to start? Even be anywhere close to the level of content of 6 is like just even immense to think about from a development perspective. Yeah, they even still update TD5. That's true. That's true. Ninja Kiwi's pretty cool. Okay, we're schmoving now. We hit a really good window for Prince of Darkness. 71 going into 72. That's awesome. So I guess the main options here would be to go right into Crossbow Master, which is what I'm leaning towards, or grabbing the buff on the Alchemist. We're gonna have centralized platform position for 80, so we can get a pretty decent stun on Psy. I think I'm gonna hold and just go for Crossbow Master. Oh, hey, we're making Crossbow Master pre-80. This is the way. This is definitely the way. It's time for us to find out who the main buff for this Alchemist is. It is Recursive Cluster. That's a good target. Okay, moment of truth. Is there room for a small unit on this side or not? There is. I think his little more immediate gain here is going to be grabbing Moab Stun. Got him. Okay, that covers through 85. I'm a little unsure on 87, but I have a feeling that this build will clear 87, especially if I use stun. All right, next question. There's room for a medium in here. Okay, no medium, but there is room for small, which I'm just going to add in right now. In here somewhere. I had it before. There it is. That's the one. No, Elite Defender is definitely still on the table here. Just building into this first. We actually have a lot more money available on this build compared to the previous. Kind of exciting. Okay, let's at least get this upgraded just in case. I almost bought that. Just in case. Also gonna put this guy on first now. I get ready to stun with Psy if I need to. Not feeling like that's going to be the case, though. Let's take it easy here on 88. Ah, I see the glue's getting the buff now. Perhaps a little unfortunate, but as a good note, the alchemist gets to apply a second buff while the glue has the buff. The glue can never really fire fast enough to expend all of the charges, though it does benefit from the radius increase. Good info. I think the remaining options for this build is one, we could go for primary expertise. Could maybe be fun, but I think that's a little bit sketchy. We can go for Elite Defender, better buff. That'd probably be the cleanest straight upgrade. Put down more snipers in the back of the discount zone. We should have room for at least one here and here. What about this stuff? Okay, we got room for one here. Well, boomerangs with the current setup do make a fair bit of sense. If I'm going to put boomerangs down, I'd kind of like to try to wait for primary expertise. Let's just see where this goes. Pretty sure we're good through 93 here. 95, I don't believe in this build for 95. Look pretty good on 90. We need to end up picking up first strike capability at some point too. Yeah, we basically have enough primary stuff down to actually justify the primary expertise. It leaves us a little bit short on the other stuff we need though, I believe. Tough one. Oh, man. Let's see what happens. Hey, 93 cleared. I'm gonna get a little further in here before I use stun. Not too much different, Tier 0. Just like marginal changes in placements have been the majority of our changes between the last run you saw with the airplane. Uh-oh. I think we're in trouble here, though. If I can get him broken down to reds, we can clear here. Or maybe it's just fine. Wow. Okay, the problem I'm seeing with primary expertise, well, we can buy it right now, holy crap, is that we don't have any camo vision other than the necromancers. So the primary expertise will not be firing at the DDTs. A somewhat interesting fix to that could be putting down some like counter espionage ninjas and have them target camo. It's just like one here and one here. Prince of Darkness uses Shimmer, which is not 100% camo coverage, nor does it activate until they're inside the radius of the Prince of Darkness. Elite Defender doesn't look bad here. .500 primary expertise can hit camo without a decamo option. You know what? I believe you, Degenerate Afro. Your other tidbits you've shared have been spot on. Let's give it a try. Let's see here. I believe. It kind of makes sense because the other tier 5s like Archmage gains the Shimmer. It's a great tidbit. Yeah, it does. That's cool. I still think primary expertise is not right in this situation, but I'm glad I learned something. Primary expertise definitely putting in the work. I think we're fine here. I'll stun if I absolutely have to. He's at 563 right now. So next up is double reinforced ZOMG. My concern is the reinforced DDTs on 99. I do need to buy first strike capability as well. There's no getting around that. I should probably just do it right now and then maybe set this to strong before 99. Definitely want to use this on 98, not 97 too, so it's back up for 100. Alright. I really need these abilities for 98 too, no doubt about it. Okay, that's under control. Feel like I'm gonna be using stun here, which just terrifies me. Maybe not, maybe not. Nah, we're alright here. Is cool. Put a little more on screen here. There we go. Need to be hitting these with the stun too, potentially. Here we go. Alright, we're good. Alright, this is the wave in question. What can I do right now to improve my 99? Okay, one we can put this on strong, so it's hitting the reinforced DDTs. Guy's on strong too. Yeah, boat gives me a cooldown to pull one. We're not gonna make elite defender. Upgrading buff helps lead a little bit, but this guy doesn't hit lead base, so maybe not. Spike Storm, there's an idea. 1. Okay, 5, 4, 2, 7. Don't think we quite make Spike Storm. I do like that as an idea, though. Pops this guy's got 223,000. Way to be. Way to be. I don't think the Alchemist buff's all that important for him. Could reasonably just buy another Moab sniper, too. Yeah, we have enough for a Spike Storm, but not Spike Storm and Hot Spikes. And we can't hit lead without Hot Spikes. It is possible this handles 99, but I'm doubting it. I think what we have right now, the best try that I have here is Monkey Pirates plus Alchemist buff. That's best try we have. Yep. A little bit shy on DDT damage. 324 here. That's on point. We could get possibly another tier 5 for that. I would say Necromancer is solid. I don't think this upgrade was really very good. I also think for 27,000, we could have made a lot of different purchases that weren't primary expertise. So I think the next thing to do is do a similar build, but instead of Monkey Commerce, just go for the Camo Vision. If all of the units in here that are primary can ambush the reinforced DDTs, then we'll be able to kill them. But as the DDTs come in, and then the Shimmer pulses, and then they become aware of it right in this zone, we just don't quite have enough a catch. All right, very short break for me, and we'll do 1 or 2 more attempts. I mean, we're right there. Once we're through 99, we're good, because we have first strike, and we'll take out wave 100, no problem. All right. Be right back for some more fun. All right. We're back. I had a moment to think about it, and I'm pretty confident in what I'm about to do here. Gotta get it going, though. So this time, I'm not going to go for Discount Hut. I'm going to go for Primary Expertise with Camo Vision. So we're going to give everything in here Camo Vision. I'm going to focus more on adding in boomerangs instead of buying Primary Expertise. So like Elite Defender plus 2 or 3 boomerang monkeys with everything having Camo Vision here should be interesting, at least. Pretty happy with the start of this one, though. I have no doubt if I stop now, per usual, we'll be back with a different build next time we do it. Had a lot of small improvements today that have been pretty substantial. We went from getting to the 90s consistently to now getting to the very late 90s. Just a few more little things to tweak and we'll be right there. Yeah, I forgot which. This has been like more day attempts than some other maps, but it's nowhere near the hours of some of the other Chimps maps we've done. I feel like this one's been a pretty steady progression for myself. Definitely a really challenging map, especially with the opening placements. So we've been able to try out a lot of different heroes and strategies and figure out exactly what this map's about. What this map is about is maximizing the potential of the middle area. I do believe there's a lot of different viable strategies on this map, even outside the ones I'm using, but I'm pretty sure a start with this 5 dart monkey is one of the only ways forward in the very early game. Okay, I think another very valid question here. Does Psy need to be on the platform? And based on that last attempt, I'm going to say the answer to that question is no, he does not need to be on the platform. We can put another unit there. The stuns were effective, but I didn't feel like any of the stun usages in the previous attempt were actually the difference between winning or losing. But maybe that one in the very early game was. Yeah, for sure, Shadow Phoenix. Not our first time experiencing that in Chimps, where 99 is the hurdle. But getting there definitely means you're close. And you have one more problem to solve, essentially. Well, technically 2, but I feel 100 is solved with the first strike capability. We wait till the bat is the most injured it can be, and then use the ability. GG. Okay, you going strong this wave? Any fail on 99 is going to boil down to a lack of direct camo and lead damage. Okay, after this, we go back to first. I'm placing sub here. It's far south as it can go. The placement felt really good. All right, little moment of truth here. Keep our finger on the button. Let's look for any potential slips here that Sai needs to catch. So far, things are lining up for that miss big time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, Sai's moving back up. Can also put him up here again. Yeah, no doubt, Shadow Phoenix. It is very apparent where your problems lie when you have a fail on this one if you're watching in slow-mo. I was surprised how well the sniper did with only the level 1 alchemist buff. That was pretty impressive. It would help if I placed my unit. Okay, this time we'll put the monkey down. There we go. Placement felt pretty good. That's the important one. This placement isn't good, it comes back to bite you on the next round here. There it is. All right, we're looking good. He's cleaning up all the red balloons. Good job, bud. Okay, sniper here next. All right, we're going to hero again. We're going to put him back, or her back in this position. Definitely going to perform well. Does make a lot of waves a lot safer if we make some maybe less than optimal decisions. We could possibly survive a wave because we have the stun in a good spot. And for 21, it's important that we slow him down a little bit. I think kind of the big takeaway for me on this start is before we were putting a unit here, and previously we were putting Ninja after we had put Druid, we were using Ninja here, and then putting down other stuff. Now we're doing sub into the other sniper, and there's been complications, and wave 21 is definitely the wave that continues to get us. I think having Sai up front is what we need for this particular start, being what it is. Okay, you can go back on first. You know what, I'm just going here. Far south as possible. Yeah, that's right. Southwest is a bit of a tarp. All right, here's the problem. It's 430 for fast firing. Just keep an eye on this. Nope. It's interesting. What's up with this placement? Okay, I think that bringing this guy over a little bit, getting more access here is important, because we're slipping on this side. Oh, hold on, hold on. When we get to this point, 21, I'm going to set all of the dart monkeys on strong. Because it's the yellow balloons for sure that are causing the problem here. Okay. Pretty sure it's going to work. Or should I say work consistently? Doing exactly what I've just been doing that slipped also worked. For some very small changes in placement. I think what he means, Bubby, is it's good to know when to take a break when you're feeling frustrated. Taking a break's good. Last. First. Okay, before 21, we're putting the dart monkeys on strong. Getting a little ahead of myself here. I still have several placements and mini waves before we get to that. Oh yeah, looks good. All right, smooth ride to the hero. Can at least say, from the moment this sniper goes down to putting the hero down, we've never had any problem. Definitely a checkpoint. All right, sub time. Did not mean to send that wave there, yikes. We're fine. Maybe that was just the tail end of the last wave, must be. Yeah, it all looks very similar. '21's been the problem wave. I'm almost considering putting sniper down instead of grabbing faster firing, but since we already have invested in shrapnel, it's like probably want to do that. Oh, I didn't put him on strong. Okay, well, we survived, so that's proof enough to me that even panicking going to strong made up the difference in the wave. Like we were able to catch back up. Oh no. Okay, so maybe having the Dart Monkeys on strong messes that up. That's tough. That's tough. All right, one more attempt. Win, lose, or draw. This is it. This is the one right here. Lots to digest from today's play session. I'm sure after a few moments reflection, I'm going to realize why that slip's happening. But at this moment, it's not occurring to me. We had something like that work 3 or 4 times in a row. And then it kind of fell off. There's a reason. Don't know what it is yet. All right, we're gonna let 21 and 22 go in slow-mo. Before 21, I'm gonna put the innermost monkey on strong and the outermost monkey on last, because I'm pretty sure last is the best targeting for the closest monkey. But I can see strong working well on the back monkey. I'm also feeling like I'm going to put down the other sniper before going for shrapnel shot, because it had its own inconsistencies, but they were not as bad as what we've had over this past couple attempts. Okay. Last first, you can change a strong on 21. So a couple ways of doing this. The first would be to place the hero, then place the sniper that we were placing previously. This one on strong, this one on first. And then putting sub down with longer range. But I think more consistent is going to be putting sub down with the range, then putting the base sniper down, then upgrading this sniper. Gonna try that ordering, because in my head that makes sense. I feel like the sub going down adds a lot of popping power, more so than getting a base sniper down would. Strong for this wave. As far south as we can go. But if we're gonna go small unit there, this is fine. I'm gonna tuck that in a little bit. Okay, now we're gonna place base sniper up here. That's the next placement. Close enough. I'll leave him on strong, but ready to go on first if he needs to. Okay, and then before 21, these guys go on strong. Nice and sketchy, just how we like it. It worked though. We just waited till the balloons actually slipped to go on first. The combination of the three was enough. Okay, 22 is problematic as well, so let's keep our eye on the prize. Not last. What are you thinking, sir? Okay, this start was it was it. This is what I was doing before. I mixed up my order there and it was a little confusing. That'll happen. But also remember here that I did tuck in this unit this way. Hoping that doesn't interfere too much with the placements on the outside. Alright, got that down before 36. Feels good. I don't know if we're going to go all the way, but I got a good feeling about this attempt, nonetheless. Might as well put this lad up here so he touches more of the track. Hey, I'm with you, Lawrence. I love trying out different stuff in balloons. So many wonderful possibilities. The expert maps are definitely more challenging in that less builds can possibly work, but that doesn't mean that trying things out doesn't have merit. You can learn a lot about the limitations of the various towers and see their actual performance on tougher scenarios. Alright, we in it to win it. Get him. I'm gonna go for faster throwing, so I want more lead coverage on him. Okay, now boat. Where is it? There it is. I'm gonna go as far east as possible here. Okay. Since we're not going into discount huts, I don't necessarily have to give this unit camo vision. I think the reach is kind of the important thing for this guy. Let's just stick with this system. Yeah, I was way, way far south there. Yeah, let's get as high north as possible. Doesn't really matter which side it's on, as long as it's all the way up there. Okay, not going into discount here. Look at that place for the other radiuses and start working towards primary minter. Alright, let's go ahead and upgrade this. Seems the safe thing to do. Alright, I can dig it. Placement feels good. I think it's much more centralized than my last Necromancer placement. I think on the last attempt, my hut got slipped a little far south. I think I just misplaced it a bit. This is very compact. Alright, alright. I'm thinking this clears 63. Let's have a plan for the if this doesn't clear 63 though. Definitely grabbing the sub-ballistic missile right now isn't too bad. Huh. Got room for a medium. Is there room for too small here? It looks like, yes, there is room for too small. Last time I put Alchemist here on the back spot, it ended up buffing the glue gunner after it went down. Not sure how I feel about that. I'm a little dubious if this clears 63 or not. I feel like the answer is yes. Okay, I gotta have a plan if it doesn't clear. Well, I'm gonna add this guy in here. I'm doing it. Perform very well on all waves with the lines he has. That's a heck of a radius, dude. Wow. Okay, it is clearing. Gonna use my stun on set 2 and then the AoE on set 3. Or not. Sketchy. Sketchy indeed. I'd like to go Prince of Darkness next, but I'm really not convinced we make it. I guess it's clearing. Yo, Hydrodo, thanks so much for 30 months. Appreciate that 3-0. Ooh. A spicy boy. That was a really nice time for the boomerang to hit. I was close. I was ready to press the button, though. I was. Just a little spooky. Just how I like my builds. Extra scary. All right, great. Prince got us covered. One thing we are missing in this build is the glue. Alright, at this point, probably Crossbow Master. I'm open to some other ideas, though. Maybe Moab, see, depending on how 80 goes here. I think 80 is going to clear fine here. Oh, yeah. Close for comfort on that opener. His graveyard wasn't full. Alright, Crossbow Master in the house. It's time to finish Camo Vision here. Yeah, if we can grab Crossbow Master here, we can basically grab any tier 5 we want. Definitely a good feel, good place to be. Let's go main Moab Sniper now. Could have it before 87, which would be nice. The combination of the stun plus the boomerang pushback is pretty awesome. The good timing. I'm not sure what to grab next here. Tough choice. Get some extra money because we didn't go glue here. We went boomerang instead. Finishing up subs, probably not wrong. I'll put them on first as well. I think basically the easiest thing to upgrade here is the sniper. I think I might just do that. All right. Okay, dig clear. This is okay. If I have to use my ability, if I use this on 95, we're almost certainly dead anyways. Oh, we didn't need it though. Okay, now we're saving for first strike, I think. Yo, Andy, thanks for 125 months. Zanzibar Hero, thanks for 21 months as well. Cheers. Sniper could hold another buff. I'm just thinking of ways I can actually spend money here that would be effective uses. I think actually having extra bubbles might be really good. Fury. Alright, this is kind of a wild idea. I'm gonna give it a try here. So I'm thinking that maybe if I just go here and just go bubbles, right? The only target that the alchemist can have is the elite defender sniper. So you should always have the green bubbles to hit lead with. Or almost always. He's getting buffed. I'm seeing a lot of green bubble splash here. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Let me look here. Strengthens, bruise, and stimulants. That's bruise, stimulant. That's the dip. I think Spike Storm is what we're saving for right now. Oh yeah, Spike Storm and First Strike capability. Yikes. First Strike's got to come first. I'd really like to have that for 98, but if we don't, we don't. All right, I got pushed back pretty good there. I think there's hope for 98 yet. A good stun usage here and a use of the 2. I think we can make it. The boomerang monkey's got this handled. Okay. Okay. A little bit much. Let's review here. So interestingly enough, this sniper without Elite Defender and with only the base Alchemist buff at this point last time had 220,000 pops. So 024 with a level 1 Alchemist buff only had 50,000 less pops. We could take that money and translate that into Spike Storm or some other global unit too. I think what I'll do next time I play is move away from primary strat. So these guys sure do make it look good. Glue was fun too. Like, how much different does that wave feel if this guy is glue instead of boomerang? Well, we'll have to wait till the next time we play Bloons, whenever that may be. That was a fun session today. Getting very consistently to 98, 99, which is a great place to be on any chimp strategy. not using a set format for our build, of course, but closing in on what's going to be a working system. Thanks for the great time, wonderful company, awesome conversation. Appreciate your questions, comments, and conversation. We'll be back and at it again soon. Discord, as always, for updates. Appreciate y'all. Have a great night. Yo, Corello, thanks for 24 months as I'm signing out. Much appreciation. Catch y'all again soon. Looking forward to it already.